Well, good morning, everyone. It's September 20th, 2022. Welcome to our Broadband Committee meeting for that date. There is an agenda that has been circulated. Hope you've all had a chance to look through that. Would there be any additions to that agenda or deletions? Councillor Swanson moves to adopt. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Previous meeting minutes were circulated as well from August the 2nd of 2022. Were there any errors or omissions within those minutes? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Cermak, thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried. That brings us down to item 4, more specifically item 4.1, and that is an open access presentation. And I would look to Mr. McDonald to start with.
To start this day.
Great.
Hopefully if it can, Tracy is, there it is. There it is. Put up. Perfect, thanks. Thanks all. Thanks for your patience. Good morning.
Morning.
So we'll just start off with a little bit of back information. The Broadband Committee, the last time we met in August, we did discuss having an open access presentation, sort of for information and sort of to get our heads wrapped around on actually how broadband or how open access sort of affects, the world, I guess. I do want to speak to Clearwater County is only doing part of this. We're doing the transport layer of this. We're not doing the whole fiber to the home or wireless to the home technology. But I'm going to be presenting the whole picture of open access as sort of a learning scope so that we understand the whole picture and where we sort of stop. So as a reminder, this is just open access sort of, not training, that's a bad word, but just explanations of how open access works. So just keep that in mind, I guess, as we go forward. I'll try and get the nerves out of the way in a few minutes, maybe.
And I should maybe ask, are you open to questions along
Yes.
the path?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, absolutely open to questions. Invite questions, actually. So
Sure.
That would be great.
Super.
So the first slide is just our open access. We've been working on some of our logos and that. So over time, it's sort of gone into this. So keep that simple. This is sort of hard to start out. And a lot of people equate open access or broadband to highways. So I've tried to keep that as the theme throughout this. So what a highway is, what part of the highway are we doing, or what part of the highway could we be doing or looking at? So these are sort of questions that if you look at a single road or a single company going to one spot to service delivery, it'd be so expensive you could never afford to have a package delivered. So the idea is that if each individual company goes and builds a single road to your home to deliver a package, it's just not going to make sense. So this is where open access actually comes into play, where everybody shares the highway. And roads is something that the county does every day of the week. We understand roads and we understand why we have roads, so we can economic development, emergency services, everything else can go on that road. So this is sort of beginning of the picture. So open access is open to multiple service providers simultaneously on equal terms, enabling choices for customers at the end. So what that means is the service providers are all unequal. So if we have, the biggest company in Canada and the smallest company in Canada, they're going to be charged the same, they're going to be treated the same. That's the whole concept of open access. And it's a worldwide concept. It's not just in Canada, it's the United States, Sweden, Japan. A lot of other places are doing it. Canada and the United States are slower to adopt it, but Other countries have, really, European countries have really gotten on board. So, road systems compared to open access. I don't know if I should read every slide, it will get a little crazy. But the open access model is often compared to a road system. Road systems are built and maintained through the public funds, which is us, and taxes on vehicles, but do not themselves fill the coffers of municipalities. They are used for everyone, trucking companies, taxi cabs, pizza delivery, all those municipal or services outside of what we do. For a municipality for the municipality, the net gain of building robust road system comes in economic development, success, improvements in quality of life, and other indirect benefits rather than direct profits. So that's where we sort of change scope from a large company. I don't want to use their names, but the companies I'm speaking of. We're not in it for the money. We're not beholden to shareholders and stuff like that. So building open access broadband along the same principles has proven immensely successful through other countries. United States has been grabbing a hold of it, Sweden, France, and Japan. We've been using it less frequently in Canada because of our regulations and because of the power of the large corporations. We can certainly use Verizon down in the States where they try to forego this kind of thing because they want the money at the end of the tunnel. So we've really pigeonholed ourselves sort of in the United States and Canada, whereas in Europe, they've really sort of grabbed a hold of this and done the exact opposite. So, and you can see it in the prices of just everyday internet. To go back to the roads, which you're gonna hear a lot, the open access model is like a toll road. So we own the roads, but we're gonna charge a toll to go onto it. So X company, you toll, B company, there's a toll, C company, there's a toll. And that's where our revenue comes in to build, further extensions to the toll road. Why is open access particularly suitable for community? Well, it minimizes competition with the private sector, mainly builds fiber and wireless for nonprofit. So we're typically not us ourselves, but we're not in it for the money. We're in it for the services at the other end. Hopefully having more people come to the area and live here and generally have a better quality of life. One thing, as counties and municipalities we do, is we run our building maintenance and infrastructure. We do it really well, but we're not ISPs at the end. we're not that part of the expertise. It's not something we've been into. Typically, we have very different time horizons for profit. So we don't look at talking to a shareholder and saying, okay, so we made $4 billion this year, and here's your extra, here's your extra part of your share that you just bought. We look at long-term, 50 years, 40, 50 years out plus to recoup our capital investments. By owning the infrastructure, the community will control their own digital future and can make sure everyone is connected and there's nothing preventing them from rolling out services, meaning there's no giant corporation trying to sort of say, well, we'll just do that, but we're not going to give these people other services like TV or health or security systems because we're not going. We've done the bottom line and there's no money in it. This way, if we've built the infrastructure foundation, those companies can offer more services, and if that company's not offering services, we've got another company that can offer a service. So it makes it better for competition. The critique of the open access model, and I included this, I was sort of wondering whether not to or to, but really there's reasons, it's a more complicated system to do because you are talking different contracts with different providers. There's more moving wheels. The other thing is that it doesn't work and that it's a failed open access has failed. Of course, there's, you know, what they've said here is that they have failed in different areas, and they haven't been well thought out or provisioned properly. But that also happens with major ISPs. They fail too. So it's not a one-way street. So it's sort of a bad analogy for the you know, big providers to say that it's going to fail because of this. I think that's resources and all that kind of thing sort of fall into play, and stick-to-itiveness. Like, if you're going to make a decision, you go forward with it or you don't. Different criticisms are geared towards concept of communities building the fiber networks and thereby compete with the private sector. Obviously, there's this type of competition, and it's definitely felt, and we've ourselves have had that, where they feel like we're competing against them and we're not enabling them. And that's one of the messages we have to get out there, is that we are wanting to enable them. We want to build the infrastructure, and they use that infrastructure. So we're hopefully getting rid of that fear of the vendors, that, you know, we're not going to take over their business and, you know, push them out, you know, for obvious reasons. Open access strategies. So there's a couple that I found quite interesting, the 2-layer and the 3-layer. A community owns the network, and the contract with a different firm to operate it is sort of what is the typical thing, because again, we can build infrastructure, we're very good at it, but we're not good at running the ISP ends of it, the intricacies of billing and the far end of it, and talking to customers and stuff like that, even though we do talk to our constituents quite a lot, but in a different vein. There are also other hybrid opportunities that fit, but for now we're just going to focus on the 2-layer and the 3-layer solutions. And if there's any questions, sorry, sometimes I get going a little. No, thanks. 2-layer. 2-layer is an arrangement where the municipality owns and operates the network, constructs and maintains the network, and makes sure everything runs smoothly. Services are still distributed by the telecommunications providers, but there's no intermediary in there. So we'd be addressing billing and invoicing and all that kind of thing. We'd be the hands-on people. We may have a face or have hired different companies to work. For example, we would probably hire or work with company A, B, or C, but make sure that the charges are the same for people, and then they're not exploiting the services or overcharging for installation and all those kind of things. Yep. I saw a question coming. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Malhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So at that point, we own the system from front to back,
Yes.
but we don't own the internet connection?
No, we would own the internet connection.
At that point, we own the internet connection
Yeah.
as well. So then why would we deal with any company at all
Well,
if we own the
wait.
connection?
To keep it as an open access, you let everybody ride on your toll road at that point. But we would own everything.
Okay,
And so we would basically, we would own everything. So for example, your router in your house,
yeah,
we would call what's called white boxing it. So we would give it to you, Mr. ISP, and we'd stick your label on it, and then you do the direct billing with the customer and the TV services and everything like that. But at the back end, we get a percentage of that money back, but we maintain everything. So the operator, the ISP at the other end, would say get 20% of the profit, and then we would get, say, 80%, because if there's a break or a fix, we would fix the fiber or the wireless. So at that point, we're sort of almost we're the network operator, and then we just allow other people on. It's a little confusing because it's a very big, it's not a popular one, quite frankly.
well, and at that point, it would just make sense for us to just run the whole thing ourselves
Exactly.
and not bring in anybody at all.
But that brings out the problem with the competition, and it's the feeling that we're running over ISPs. That's a TELUS model, which is build everything, do everything, everybody go away. So for us, with an open access mindset, trying to keep ISPs and everything in there, we're enabling those ISPs to hand off other services besides internet. So telehealth, security systems and stuff like that. So that's where they would make their money.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it's it's a really great model. I think this next model, the 3-layer, makes a lot more sense. In the 3-layer model, municipality builds and owns, an independent party operates the network. And the service providers bring fiber directly into homes and business. And when I say fiber, we should be putting a caveat there, fiber and wireless too, directly into homes and businesses. So this is where the county or municipality sits back. We own the infrastructure, but we've hired somebody to manage it at a higher level, and they deal with the billing with the telecommunications providers, the independents and everything like that, and then bring it back. And then we see, at the end, we would see smaller profit because of course the network operator's the middleman, but we would have a consistent higher level team that's probably got multiple networks to manage, not just our network to manage.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
So in this model, they take it from, if we're using roads as our example.
Yep.
They take it from our main artery road, but then they build the driveway.
Not in this model.
No,
In this
we still build the driveway too?
Yeah, we still build all the infrastructure,
All of it,
all of it.
just not the little box at the end?
Exactly.
Okay, so then they can switch out that little box at any time.
Yeah.
We're not sticking them with whoever built the driveway. Because whoever built the driveway is probably gonna end up serving that home forevermore because it'll be way too expensive to have somebody else build another
Yeah.
driveway, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Again, and that's what I mean. It's not, as I say, what we're doing. This is an open access model that's gone through, other parts of the world. This is one of the most successful ways of doing it. The retail, so in the sorry.
Councillor Swanson.
Sorry.
That's okay. Would this be the model that Red Deer County is using?
That's a good question. They started out with where they were sort of doing it themselves, and now I think they basically handed over everything to the network operator, handed them a check, and then walked away. I don't know the details of the who owns what in there, and we did look into it a little bit, and we didn't really find out information that we wanted, and maybe that's a phone call or something with people above me to figure out. But I think their model is something like this, but it seems to be not as open access to me in my mind, but that's outside looking in. Next, below is an example of the arrangement. The owner funds the construction, the operator oversees the construction and maintenance, and the retailers provide the internet service required by the end users, who are just likely want to get online and get informed, play games and work, which is true. Again, this is sort of one I sort of thought, I don't know if I should include, and I didn't know if it was going to show up too good. So basically, it's what I'm saying. It's we're the owner of the infrastructure completely. We hire an operator at X amount of dollars per month, day, and the retailers sell the internet to people, and not just internet. There's other services on top of those. And again, telehealth, security is a big one now. Even your phones, barely anybody has landlines anymore, even cellular. And then even for the cost of cellular, people are moving to their internet to phone long distance and stuff just because of certain costs. So a lot of little things that you pay, you pay for your Google Music, you pay $1 and it sort of chips away at those services. So those are where those fit. And the end user, of course, and that's who we want to service at the end, one way or another on that, to give them better standard of life. Open access, multiple providers. Municipals build fiber and wireless, also provides electronics to light up services, so basically what we're doing. In customers' homes, what they mean by,
Councillor Milhouse?
oh, sorry.
The 3-layer example that you gave, I'm just trying to make sure that I wrap my head around it. And I always like to put things back to things I already know.
Yeah.
So would this be similar to energy, whereas Fortis is operating all of the lines and or owns all the lines in a place like Innisfil, for example?
Okay.
But Direct Energy is doing all of their billing. So Direct Energy doesn't actually own any infrastructure, but they're doing all of the bill, except the end little gauge that spins. But they are doing all of the billing, and then people can choose Direct Energy or whatever other energy company is providing in that area.
Yeah,
That's the same thing?
Exactly the same thing with, I think that Fortis wouldn't be doing the maintenance. Direct Energy and them would be doing the maintenance. No, sorry, because they don't own it. That's almost, yeah.
So they're just the retailer, Direct Energy is
Yeah,
the
just
retailer,
the retailer.
but the operator being Fortis
Yeah.
and the owner of the line.
And Fortis themselves would do the repair. That's
Yeah.
almost a 2-layer system.
That's a 2-layer, not a 3-layer system?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now that I sort of think, if I'm thinking it right, Murray maybe.
Mr. Hagan?
No, I would concur. I think that is how it would work there. As well, Cam, can you just kind of put it in perspective for where we are today as Clearwater County and the core backbone network that we're constructing? Is that 2 layers, at 3 layers, at a combination of both?
I think it's actually a bit of a hybrid because we're not going to the end. We're not doing fiber to the home, or we haven't been told to go fiber to the home. So we're doing the transport layer. So it's more of a 3-layer approach for us because we want to hire a network company. We can't go and run it ourselves without hiring, quite a lot of staff and all that kind of thing to do repairs and installs and stuff like that. So we'd be a 3-layer approach to that, and we will be hiring a network operator to run that. So they would do the billing and talk to the telecommunications providers to make sure they're handing out the right standards and that we have the right SLAs, service level agreements in place with them saying, we need to make sure that you're up 99.7% of the time, or, because maybe wireless, I think it's typically 97% of the time because wireless is a little more finicky. So stuff like that. So we would definitely be the tier 3, but just the transport layer. So we want to sell our lease, probably lease would be better, but leasing or renting our core backbone infrastructure for the telecommunications providers to go further, or partnerships. And then I think that's it.
Mr. Hagan, please?
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for that explanation. Just for the committee's benefit as well, reference to hiring an operator. Spoiler alert, there will be an update on that in the broadband update report when we get there as well. So I just wanted to tie that in.
Yeah. Of many things to do today. Okay, so we'll go here. Multiple telecommunication provider are provided by logical connection to subscribers DMARC equipment, which is your router, your Wi-Fi in your house, and can provide value-added services. We're going to talk about Wi-Fi, TV services, home security, etc. This is a typical open access model. Pictures are sometimes better than me just talking forever. So this is the internet. Where we are on that picture is pretty much the local pop and out to the main lines to there, but the last mile where it says fiber to the home or into those houses, that's the devices that live at the house. So I think this is a pretty good picture. And each one of these sort of boxes is that there's another layer to this onion. This is just the top. there's many, many things under every, you talk about local pop, there's, many pieces of equipment that go in, many policies that we have to put in place, contracts and everything like that. So everything along the way has more under it, but this is a good basic, high-level view of what open access is.
Councillor Cermak, please.
Say it's open access, you have the local pop. Can you describe where the ownership leaves us, goes to the operator, and then goes to the retailer?
Yeah, so it can go in many places, actually. So the local pop, say, we'll use our main pop as an example, and because I know you've taken a tour of it. So, and visually, you would see our side physically, there's the, servers and all the fiber connections. We would bring a piece of fiber across, connect to whoever's leasing, renting another cabinet from us, and that's where it goes that goes into their control at
So
that
then,
point.
right at the end of our pop, when we take that over there, that's where our maintenance ends.
No, part of our maintenance would be service levels agreements, and we would have our network operator do the maintenance. So any infrastructure that we own, we have to do maintenance on. We have to make sure it's up 24 hours. It doesn't get hit by a backhoe. We've got responsibilities for one call, and all those kind of things. So there's other spots we can do besides that local pop. We can do, we can splice in a piece of fiber and, to right out in one of the ditches where those manholes, and they could run it from one manhole to, 100 kilometers up to Nordegg or wherever, and then splice back into that. And there was different charges for that, so that's what we're talking about, different lease fees and stuff like that. So we really can, there's multiple access points into our network, and then we've made it that way specifically so that there's not just one solution where you have to come to our main pop and pay for so much of a run. You can pick and choose where you want to put your business or whatever.
But we still get line rent on all of ours.
Yeah,
And so it's not a cut line where our ownership ends, operators or retailers take over.
no,
Retailers look after their own end, that's where it hooks up to the house.
yeah. So,
We have to look after all the rest.
yes, we look after everything that's our asset that we own.
Okay.
And we would have service level agreements in place for that. 24 hours, and that's where our network operator would, for example, somebody's coming along and digging and they hit the line. Well, our network operator, because we pay them, they monitor it 24/7. It gets hit, they send out a repair crew and fix it, that kind of thing. That's our responsibility as the network owner. And to keep the ISPs at that other end, we have to make sure that they're happy too. So they're part of our customer. But anything that leaves our network that's not owned by us would be the responsibility of the telecommunications providers. I think that's a better explanation. Thanks, Brian.
Mr. Hagan and then Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. And maybe if I can provide some additional clarification, the county owns the point of presence, the POP. The county owns the transport layer or the core backbone, which for us is essentially that middle mile. We do not own any last mile at this point. So right now, under the current model and under the approvals that council has given us, it would be up to a telecommunications provider to build that last mile. As Mr. McDonald said, that would be their responsibility. So essentially, ownership and responsibility for maintenance go hand in hand. It does get a little confusing in that we own the POP, but we've made room there to allow telecommunications providers, if they want to put their equipment on in order to send their signals down our lines, then we have an additional source of revenue there. Does that make sense?
Thanks, Brian.
And Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So the way you were explaining it initially was that if a network operator, well, being us, but not the end piece.
Yeah.
So they would be responsible for that piece, but then we would be responsible for all the rest, but we aren't doing that piece. So
Exactly.
then they would be responsible right up from when it left us on. So if they built the driveway,
Yep,
they're responsible for their own driveway.
yes.
I have another question, but I don't know if it's a question I'm allowed to ask on air or not. Should I just wait and then you can let me know if I could have asked it? I don't,
Well, you would know the manner of your question, so I would trust your judgment.
regarding Nordegg and everything that went with Nordegg. Like, we were responsible for lighting up so many people there, wouldn't that make us responsible for last mile?
Wirelessly, yes.
But that's still us responsible for last mile, so then we're
Yeah.
responsible for the entire network out there, yes?
Mr. Hagan.
Not hearing any point of orders, I think I'm still
We're
okay.
responsible, sorry, under the terms of the grant agreement with the federal government, we're responsible to ensure service to a certain number of premises. We can contract
That can, okay, so we
With
don't
the
have to be the
service
one
provider.
doing it.
We don't
No.
have to be. If no telecommunications provider showed up, we'd have to look at potentially having our network operator provide that service. So again, it wouldn't be us directly, it'd be through contract. But ideally, we hold to the open access model. Any telecommunications provider can come forward and say, we'd like to provide this service wirelessly or through fiber if they chose to do that.
Okay.
So those are the opportunities that are there. Now that we've built that transport layer out to Nordegg, we've enabled those opportunities to occur.
Thank you, Mary. Better explanation. Thank you. So, and again, I just sort of to bring us around, this is open access, through just open access, sort of what it is, it's not what we're doing. So just not, we don't want to confuse the topics here. Publicly owned open access networks can contribute vibrant and innovative markets for telecommunications providers, meaning that they haven't put as much money into it, so they can offer more services because they've got more free up money at the other end. That's all that's really saying. Comparisons between a municipality and a private company, and I think this is sort of good, and I could have kept going on and on and on and adding more more things to the to this. Municipalities with goals are job creation, innovation, secure higher tax revenue, all that kind of thing. Maintenance skills is where we're sort of publicly owned facilities and infrastructure is what we're good at. And then private companies, goals with broadband, maximize profits, dividends to shareholders, high share price, maximize return on investments, reaching quarterly targets. And that's where our long-term goals of 30 or 40 years don't meet up with a private company. Private companies' skills, service innovation, I think that, they're always looking for another way to make a dollar or sell a service, so I think they're really good at that. Contact with end customers, they're typically have very good call centers and very big call centers compared to what we would have. End customer billing and sales and marketing. Sales and marketing, as we know, those big companies have good sales and marketing that I don't think, unless you get, lucky and do a good ad somewhere, we wouldn't be the best at that. Or definitely not me. Next steps, and I'm really sort of at the end of the slides. Oh,
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Megan, sorry, publicly owned, now, did you say that we are not going to be that?
well,
Or we are?
that's a decision for committee and council, but
Well, I
we
would
are
argue that
publicly
we
owned-
are.
We are publicly owned infrastructure right now.
Yes, by virtue of, we don't have shareholders, but we have a lot of taxpayers that we are beholden to.
Yeah, but
which
we don't
would make
give
us
them
publicly
dividends.
owned. What's that?
We don't give them dividends.
No, but we still are beholden to them.
Yeah, but and then that is another sort of thing. We are trying to improve the quality of life for our taxpayers by giving them internet, so I think that's a good thing in the long run. So next step is what I'd like to do is, if there's more questions right now, is there, oh, Murray.
Mr. Hagan,
Murray.
please.
I'm so quiet.
Mr. Hagan, sorry.
Over here.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to follow all the information to multiple lines of thought here.
Cam, can you go back a slide, please?
Oh,
Thank you. So I just wanted to refocus on the municipality's goals with broadband. And just a reminder for the committee and for the public, this is why Clearwater County is investing in a core backbone network, is in search of these kind of benefits. As Mr. McDonald stated, we're not in it for the money because the money simply isn't there for us. It's all of these extra benefits we hope will come from this. We are facilitators, and that's why we're not looking to operate the network ourselves. We want to make sure it is operated and can facilitate telecommunication providers coming on board and providing these kind of services to our residents and providing that opportunity for growth within the county. I'll look to the Reeve and Councillor Swanson in terms of my recollection of the decisions that were made in the past. As Mr. McDonald talked about, we haven't seen private companies individually or as a group invest and carry this out on their own yet because it's incredibly expensive. It's expensive for the county as well, for municipality to invest in all the infrastructure to enable this and simply have the ISPs come on board and operate. That's very expensive for us as well. And council has wrestled, previous council and this council have wrestled with that balance of public money being invested in this endeavor in order to see those benefits and opportunities arise, but still being responsible for the investment along the way. And that's what led, through my understanding, to the previous council settling on the transport layer and saying, if we can build this portion of it, we will be one step closer to enabling and reducing the costs for those telecommunications providers to come on board and take it from there and provide those services. So it was really found to be a balancing point between the fiscal responsibility and the investment for all those opportunities.
Yeah, and I think I might just add, you know, the basic thought there in nurturing a community, we're really hoping to provide the meat and potatoes. Right now, private industry is offering popcorn. So we know that those things are very attractive. It's a right now solution. We're looking to the future, as we do with our service delivery, of having an enduring, nurturing community. And part of that is really creating that fundamental backbone, that nutrition the community really needs, and not just focusing on a right now solution. And I think that was what I recall of the discussions, or, you know, maybe condensing some of those discussions down to a very simple concept, but really is providing those fundamentals that will build the economic development and nurture our community into the future.
okay. Next steps is we'd like to prepare a open access policy for the broadband committee to review and update. We have sort of one in place, but it's, you know, it's sadly every year it's been out, you know, gets updated. Technology is great. So something we'd like to bring forward to the committee in the future, and we can discuss that later when we should bring it. And then discuss to me the public engagement strategy, which means possibly, you know, more surveys or different types of surveys, maybe more pointed stuff like that, like asking, you know, what kind of speed you have at your house or those kind of questions. Not necessarily to be data gathering information for the county to use. Well, it would be for the county to use, but it would be also for the telecommunications providers to use. So they would know where to put their efforts in. So stuff like that, and a little more engagement, or a lot more engagement, would be a nice thing in the open access. You know, just for example, for this, just doing this type of presentation is something we've wanted to do for quite a long time, to just sort of get stuff out there and get the concepts. So, thanks.
Counselor Milhoff, please.
Thank you. When's the next highlights? Like, when's the next highlights run? Yeah, the newsletter, the highlights newsletter.
Oh, three
Oh, we're
months
still
from-
3 months away.
I believe so, yeah.
Because that prevents a new mail out. If we can get surveys or questions or anything like that into the newsletters, I'm always very pro utilizing up that document as much as we can, because that's being sent out anyway. So
And
that's my thoughts on it anyway.
And my thought is to, we've got a very good communications department. We've discussed that with them and maybe do something a little sooner. We've got a lot of electronic ways of reaching people too. So I think we could look at that. I think even having these forums with this committee is a fantastic way of starting to sort of open up and tell everybody, open up, sort of funny. You know, to tell people what's going on. Sorry,
Counselor Graham,
bad
please.
humor.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would agree the highlights is a great place and obviously our usual areas, but I personally really like the videos online. I think that people are more likely to watch a couple minute long and you don't have to be in them. I can see the look on your face that you don't want to be in them. But I think I really like the videos personally.
You could be our next county star.
Please, no. Okay, well, we can discuss that later. But I would like to talk to communications about it. I think it actually is a good idea, and you know,
Counselor
we'll find a
Milhoff and
movie
then,
star.
Counselor Milhoff and then Counselor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree. I love videos. I love all online stuff, but I'm of the generation that likes their content online. One of the big reasons we are doing this is people's online access sucks, or else we wouldn't be a part of this at all. So we need to do a paper version as well, but I don't want to do a standalone paper version. Like, standalone is what, $7-8 like to send out a mail out. That's why the highlights or the newsletter or whatever, or tax note, when our tax notices go out, let's stuff that thing full of information, because we send it out anyway. So just my thoughts, but I love videos as well, for me.
And Counselor Cermak, and then I'll go to the Deputy Reeve.
I would like to back up a few steps here to this open access.
Sure.
This is one way that you've presented it.
Yeah.
Is there another way that we could end at our pops and in partnership with other people to do the rest?
Absolutely, and that's sort of what I meant by, my first sort of caveat was saying this is the open access world, but this is not exactly what Clearwater County's doing. We're sort of following your model a little bit more, doing the core backbone, and then having telecommunications providers do the last mile per se.
And the middle mile.
And mid-mile, yeah, distribution level. So there's transportation, distribution, which is the mid-mile, and then last mile, which is the
Yep.
last mile.
Okay.
I think that's probably a better terminology for
Thanks.
everybody. You're welcome.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Oh,
All right, well, it's just a comment in regards to the surveys and stuff like that, but I know yesterday in the presentation with the survey that was completed for the waste, I think there was 1,100, if I was correct, 1,100 respondents. Now, I don't know if a lot of those were handed out at the waste transfer sites with the attendance, but I thought that was an incredible number for 1,100. Yeah, so, but I think I would question, was the majority of those, like that survey, if that process was used at the waste transfer sites, I mean, holy smokes, that really did get a lot of, that was excellent results to really let the public know. So, that's it.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, and we were pleased as well with that kind of a response. Any strategies that we employ for these kind of surveys we're taking a multifaceted approach to it. We're looking at print, we're looking at hard copy, we're looking at electronic, and things like videos can enhance that as well. So as Mr. McDonald said, we have some skilled folks we're very fortunate to have in our communications team, and they provide us with these ideas and really help us manage these things. So yeah, there's not one solution to any of this. It's really throwing the net as wide as we can and trying to accommodate as many responses as we can, because that gives us the best information going forward.
That's fair. So,
Go ahead, please.
I think I'm on to the next, or no, sorry.
Certainly, any additional questions relating to open access? I think, Councillor Cermak.
With this, as we're advertising this, we're going with the papers too. There's a certain person in our county that I don't always agree with what is said, but I do agree with her that I think that we get more people answering through the Western Star and the Mountaineer than we do through our own internet, because I'm not very great on a computer. As a matter of fact, I'm really shitty on it. So I find it really frustrating trying to get into our system to look at the surveys and everything. I get frustrated at it, so, and I've probably had more experience with a computer than, say, 40% of our people in our county. So I think it's a must that we get it out in the paper.
Yep,
Thanks.
totally agree.
Yeah, I can certainly agree that I think in the past, we've tried to reach as many people as we can through as many different means as possible. I think it's good to share with people that there is some good news and that there is action happening to solve many of those challenges that are before us as far as access to the world through the internet. And that's been an ongoing challenge for all of rural Alberta, all of rural Canada for sure. I know the other levels of government are coming around to that being part of the solution as well, and I think we're well placed within Clearwater County to take advantage of those programs as we get support from other levels of government as well. So I think the good news to share with the community is we've got a good planning structure in place for it, and we've got some of those fundamentals that the industry would, or individual service providers would find very challenging to create a distribution, a transport layer distribution network that we are well on the way of having in place and being functional for our community. So it's good to share that news, get that out, and get people thinking about next steps. Councillor Swanson, please.
Well, thanks for that, Councillor Cermak, because I certainly understand the frustration in some days, but I'm going to bring this back to roads. You go back 15, 20 years, maybe 30 years, right? What did we all do when we were going on a trip? We went into the glove box, pulled out that paper map, and we were looking at where we were going. And now we just punch in the address and poof, it tells us where to go. We're into a different world. And the easier we can make it for people to use, the more they're going to use it. And technology, to me, is changing faster than any of us have ever anticipated. And it's going to continue that way. And the Internet of Things are going to, grow exponentially as well. So to say that this infrastructure is, it's not a waste of investment. It is an investment for the future of what's coming down the pipe. Putting down the core backbone has always been for me the most necessary foundation for any technology of the future. So whether it goes to the fiber to the premise to the house or not, that is besides the point, because our wireless capability, Starlink has come up so quickly. That wasn't even on the radar when past council first started discussing it. And rurally, and we've all witnessed it through the Olds College, right? The Ag Smart that's coming. We want to enable our our farmers and even industry use it for their SCADA, you know, for their security and stuff. So there's so much multiple uses that we started down this road, and I think our decision as past council is, where do you find that balance? Where do we find the partners? We knew it was expensive, but at the end of the day, we can't carry this whole thing by ourselves. I think that's where it boils down to. But it's definitely it's going to get easier, I think. But I appreciate the comment that it's hard to find things.
And thank you for that. I would certainly agree that I think it's going to get easier. We see people seamlessly connecting with technology now. And I think it becomes, once you see the benefit, once you see the added functionality, once you see what it can do for you, you know, I mean, even if it's just your refrigerator talking to the manufacturer, talking to the warranty, talking to all those things, I think the community, the consumer will demand those products. And if we don't have the preparation in place, we'll be left behind as the bus moves on, and we'll be waiting for to catch up with the next one. And so I think it's good to be positioned that places us at an advantage over other communities that haven't quite got to that discussion yet. And I think we're a step or two ahead, which I think is positive. Additional comments, questions? I guess, Councillor Swanson, please.
If we're done with 4.1, I'd be pleased to make a motion.
Yes, I think we would need to accept for information.
Okay, so the Broadband Committee receives the open access presentation for information.
Right, further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. And that takes us down to item 4.2, and that would be route name changes for phases 3, 4, and 5 of the core backbone. And I believe I'll go across the room again. Mr. McDonald, please.
At the last Broadband Committee, we talked about some of the name changes for phase 3, 4, and 5, sort of to more reflect Clearwater County's goals, not just sort of pointing off directions. And so what I've asked, or what I've looked for is, I've put down the old names and I've put down the suggested new names. And if you guys have other ideas of what a name could be for this, that'd be fantastic. So, oops, there. So the old names were, you know, Rocky, Alhambra, Leslieville to Red Deer County. And I think it confused a lot of people that were actually going to Red Deer County. You know, my skill level is a technician, so at the end, we just go where we think, you know, makes logical sense. And then Lacombe County and Wetaskiwin. So we would, you know, like to rename them sort of more for Clearwater County sake, and state that we're staying inside our own borders in these directions. So my suggested route names are, you know, all from Rocky because it's our central pop, Alhambra, Leslieville, Condor, and then the Rocky Tower Hill, which is we were heading to I always get these mixed up. Tower Hill and Lacombe, and the other one was Rocky to Clearwater northern border. And we didn't really have a real good name for these, so I'm open to suggestions, something that may make a little more sense to you, especially when you're out talking to your constituents and stuff like that. So I think it may be easier if we all sort of work on this together. Sorry for the...
Great, no, thank you for that. Comments, suggestions? Councillor Swanson, please.
Well, the first one I looked at, I was looking for acronyms, right? Like how that would do. So, you know, as far as directions, I think that's the best. As far as the phase 3, to me, that's a eastbound. So it's like Clearwater, you know, core backbone east, and I didn't know if you wanted to identify that it is the core backbone or the distribution leg. So that's why I'm saying core backbone east, you know, as far as phase 5, core backbone north, or county backbone, and if we want to, you know, say it. So I'm more on the direction end of things versus naming.
Okay.
So that way they know it's, the direction's better than I'll just say, if you got somebody new coming in, they may not know where Alhambra is. They may not know where Tower Road Hill is, so that kind of thing. So that's why I'm thinking directions.
So if to speak out loud, it'd be sort of Rocky Mountain East, Rocky Mountain Core Backbone East, Rocky Mountain Core Backbone West, Rocky Mountain Core Backbone North, sort of. I know we've named them Nordegg and all those other things, but I see sort of how you, yeah, it's a great suggestion.
Yeah, and I think that would also allow for, you know, more, say, a northeasterly direction or north.
Yeah.
I mean, it might give people kind of thought there. I definitely agree with the idea of providing the additional clarity with really giving them a name that is not associating it
Yeah.
with another municipality. It somehow
Yeah.
gives an indication that, well, why are we
And I
going there? Do we have customers there? Do we have,
And I
no.
think the reasoning behind the naming of the different counties was, if I remember some conversations we had, was that to entice them maybe to come in as partners,
Sure.
or that we were partners. But I think we took it a little too literal,
Okay.
you know, to say like, so I think, Councillor Swanson's suggestion of, we could just do Rocky, phase 3, east. And then the next one would be Rocky, was it? Northeast, and then Rocky North, and just call it that. And then if we do, you know, in the future, you know, 10 years from now, decide to do distribution, we could do Rocky distribution, east, north, all that kind of thing. Makes sense. I see how we could grow with that model. Yeah.
Sure. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I was gonna say the same thing. The only one that I was gonna add to was the phase 3. I was gonna say East Central.
Excellent. Sure. Perfect.
And Deputy Reeve, did you have a?
No, that did not push this button.
No. Okay. I guess one, playing devil's advocate a little bit too, I do see an advantage if, when we're applying for a grant. However, if we are bringing in that other county's name, it probably would appear better on a grant. I'm just, you know, just flinging that out there. Is that, you mean, could there be an extension to that phase saying to blank border or to, not trying to complicate things, but
Yeah,
I can
no.
see that we may have better chances of garnering that support from those other partners in this project if we show that we're trying to work towards
A bigger,
a bigger picture where we're connecting all municipalities together, you know, through some of our initiatives, or have that option at least of, you know, I know we do have ICFs in place. We never actually got down to talking about
yeah.
those, you know, those common benefits of having a part of an adjacent municipality serviced by our transport layer. I mean, that could be a positive for our projects,
Yes.
positive ultimately for those residents outside of our area, but it certainly would be a feather in our cap, to put it mildly, when we're presenting why, you know, what we're asking for through a granting process, that we are really looking outside of our borders for, I guess, those people that I would anticipate those people that are deciding where this grant money goes might look more beneficially if they see that they're not focused on our county borders as much as they are is creating additional opportunities for all of the regions. So it may have some advantages to keep that in, and I mean, I know this is complicating things more, but just putting that out there for discussion anyway. Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I think that's a very good point. For our residents, I think this is more beneficial. So could we kind of have the official name has all of the county borders, but then like the working name is this? And then it's for grants and stuff, we could apply with the border names, but then for all of our paperwork, because these are easier to type out and keep track of, in my opinion. I just thought.
I do actually have a bit of an answer for that, because we have applied, like, for our UBF grants through the 7 phases that we've done. We have used the border names, so that's already in place. So changing these, we just have to have a spreadsheet, make sure we don't mess up the names. But I think changing the names to the new way would be good, and we could use the other one because it's already been applied for, and we all know the directions. It's not hard, you know. So I think that's a good workaround. Yes, yeah, I sort of agree.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Just another suggestion, if we wanted to incorporate, or if the committee wanted to incorporate all of these concepts together, is phase 3, for instance, could be Rocky East to Red Deer County border. And phase 4 could be Northeast to Lacombe County border. So just another option to kind of incorporate everything.
Yeah. Sure, I kind of like that. It could even incorporate towards or to, because towards doesn't mean that we got a pounder right out to that borderline. That means we're going towards that as a goal, or create that. Councillor Cermak.
That's exactly what I was thinking, going to the border and saying that we could connect somebody in another county to our system. It'd be easier and faster than them running a long ways to a border location. Have we ever, and this is a different thought again, have we talked to the town of Sundre and the people that we have brought our backbone from holes to tie into our system? Are they acceptable to it, or are they not looking at it, or?
We are working a bit with a partner in behind. More of a working together, like going across the bridges. We twinned up with the company to save us a little bit of money and them. And there was a grant given to, they changed their name. It was ExploreNet, but I think it's called Explore now. There was a grant given to them, it's public information, to do fiber to the home in Sundre. We're hoping that maybe they're gonna, to give it a little bit of, that they would maybe partner with us to do some backbone stuff in the future. So we have been sort of talking to them a little bit, yes.
So we could maybe put a pop there for them.
There's points of presence there, not necessarily the whole pop, like the trailer and all the equipment, but there's points of presence there already in the manholes for our, for connections to fiber all throughout the town, actually right through the dead center of town. So we did sort of go through town. Sundre was difficult to go through, to say the least, because there's a few little rocks there.
And lots of pipelines.
Yeah, lots of, I think we went by everything. But, yeah, we made it through, so. But, yeah, it was a bit more of a challenge than anybody thought, but life's challenging, so move on, but yeah.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Just to expand on that as well, and suffice to say that we've designed the core backbone and installed it in such a way that we've created numerous possibilities for partnerships down there. We've had some discussion with the town of Sundre itself, recognizing that one telecommunications provider does have a grant to provide service there. That doesn't mean others won't come into the area as well, and we're open to all those possibilities. So certainly partnership opportunities are there. We're open to talking about them, and we've got the infrastructure in place to accommodate it.
Additional comments, questions? So there's some suggestions up there on the screen. Does that capture the thoughts that council has as far as renaming? So would anybody be willing to make that in the form of a motion then? Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would like to make a motion that the Broadband Committee approves route name changes for the core backbone project phases 3, 4, and 5 as follows. Phase 3, Rocky East Central to Red Deer County border. Phase 4, Rocky Northeast to Lacombe County border. And Phase 5, Rocky North to Wetaskiwin County border.
Okay. Further discussion on that? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Brings us to item 4.3. That would be related to the broadband core backbone project capital budget for 2023 and a 10-year capital plan. And is that you as well, Mr. McDonald?
I can start, and Murray can explain what I say.
Okay.
Thank you, Tracy, for making it larger for us people with glasses. So, if you can just, I'm running it now, sorry. I don't get out very often in public. So the staff recommendation is that the Broadband Committee recommend to Council the approval of the 10-year capital plan for the core backbone project, including budget for 2023. So what we've done is for the Rocky Mountain House we'll have a new name there, to the Red Deer County border. But for now, we'll just refer to it as this. As directed by Council to do the fiber backbone infrastructure project through resolution. So that was saying that the county is going to go forward with I think it's the core backbone project 2020 to 2025. So we're going to come back every year and ask for the different phases to budget for the different phases. So this gives committee and council another opportunity to look at the project as a whole to whether we're going to go forward. So the 2023 draft budget estimate is $303,437,890. We've done construction estimate has increased. Construction and materials estimate, we did 27%. So we did ask for before 2 years ago when we started this 2.7 million, but we've after talking with providers, construction companies, materials, we sort of landed on a mean average of 27%. I've got 50% in some cases, I have 10% in others. Actually, the cheapest was engineering, it was 10% raise, which was shocking to me. But the materials have gone up exponentially. In some cases, fiber itself has gone up 50% from what we've paid. So, and then there's the timeline of even getting the materials. So we've used on an average of 27%. We're hoping it's going to be less than that, of course. We always do. Oh, did I press something? No. Oh. sort of my numbers are gone, so I'm sorry. Tracy, I need to back up. Sorry. Be a pain in the butt. I don't have an eidetic memory. I can't remember everything. So anyways, so what we've asked for in the 2023 budget is the main point of presence. We still have to finish the generator because it's not expected till 2023. That's again, so we've asked for an extension of $120,000 to finish that from the unused portion of the 2022 budget. And if you can, and if I can, sorry, it's me now. Where's the chart? There it is. So this is sort of our 10-year capital plan. As you can see, it only goes out to 2025 because we don't really, once we're done that, you know, I'm sure there's other discussions we may do in the future, but for now, this program stops in 2025. So there is an end date to this. So this is what we've asked for in 2023 is $3.5 million. And then the next year, and every year we have, right now, we've just added 27% again to the bottom line. So we'll adjust those numbers on the website to reflect that. Again, with inflation and unknown sort of the world right now, this was the number we sort of fell on. Whether it's a perfect number, I would say no. But it's the sort of the number we've got to work with. So we've added that. So we'll change those on the website. And then, so what I'm asking committee to do is, oh, sorry, can't do that. Sorry. Oh, it's
And
a different motion? Okay,
Mr.
sorry.
Hagan, I think, has something
Sorry.
to add.
Thank you. Tracy.
Thank you. So the reason that we brought this to this committee today is to continue to support this committee's ability to discuss broadband issues under its own purview in accordance with the bylaw. It was separated out from our strategic planning discussion yesterday for that reason. Recognizing that the bylaw does not give this committee the authority to approve a budget for this, we wrote the recommendation in such a way as it would allow this committee to recommend to council consideration of this budget. But to be consistent with the motions that were passed yesterday, I would suggest considering Tracy Lynn's draft motion here, that the committee simply accept this for information, and the committee will have this information when it comes to budget deliberations. So this is the opportunity for the committee to ask questions, get more information, and establish a comfort level and communicate with administration direction to go forward with our plans to construct phase 3 in 2023, as well as finish installing the generator at the main POP in 2023, and that's our work plan for the year.
Thank you for that. Question from Division 1, please.
Thank you, Reeve. The old, or the previous policy, or the policy currently in place, is that these broadband phases are to go in conjunction with grant applications, correct? If I've read the policy correctly, that it was to go with funding?
No.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Are you referring to the broadband policy?
Yeah, that it was to, like, that was previous councils, and at this point, this council's initiative was to ensure that it went with grant funding.
And
Is that policy still the case?
I would have to see the policy. Can you please bring the policy up? While Tracy Lynn's doing that, I will mention that we have put in grant applications for these through the Universal Broadband Fund. We have not heard back on any of these. And aside from that, previous council did approve the project itself. Of course, didn't approve the individual budgets because we do that on an annual basis, phase by phase. So once Tracy has that up, we can have a look at the exact wording of that policy to answer your question.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Swanson, please.
Just in regards to the universal broadband applications that we made, part of the core backbone design was part of those UBF at all? No, those applications?
No. We only provided for fiber to the home for that core backbone. The core backbone was passed through previous council to go ahead without granting and stuff, if I remember correctly. But anything that we were to do above and beyond, if it was fiber to the home, was to be only done if we did have a grant in place, something like that. And
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
in that area.
that's good, but in regards to the numbers that you're providing,
Yeah,
some of that engineering work that was, or, for that the UBF application for the different phases,
yeah.
is that a bit of a cost savings in what we're seeing today for like phase 3 in regards to the core backbone? That we're going to be, that you're.
If we
Because-
got a grant for phase 3, or the phase 3 area, it wouldn't change any of our costs.
Okay.
We still have to put the core backbone in.
Okay,
The main road has to be built first, and that was separate from the granting. We didn't, I think at the time, council wanted to go ahead with the core backbone and fund it ourselves, not through the expectation of getting a grant for each one.
thank you, that's what I was trying
Yeah.
to get at, is that
Thank
the
you,
core
appreciate it.
backbone is, the application is separate, and this particular.
Yes, completely
Okay,
separated, yes.
that's what I wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
And I guess a question I would have, and I believe I know the answer, but I'll ask the question anyway. For the 2023 budget, this would be funded through restricted surplus, I would assume? Because I think there is some restricted surplus available for much of this core project. Mr. Hagan?
Correct, Reeve, and committee and the council will have a chance to review the balance in that restricted surplus fund when the 2021 financial statements are presented in October.
Okay, thank you for that. Additional questions? Deputy Reeve, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Just questions in regards to Nordegg. The infrastructure is all ran to Nordegg, is that correct? And is that is all ready to connect residents to be able to have a service?
Mr. McDonald.
The core backbone is just to enable the ISPs at the other end to do it. So we won't be connecting residents with the core backbone. That's, if I understand the question right.
Yeah, sort of, kind of. There's no residents to date that are getting a service from this infrastructure?
And that's sort of where it goes back to our policy. I think it's number 4 that says we don't do the last mile. So we've only done what previous council and have told us to do. I think it's Clearwater County will not provide end user internet services. So that's why we're hiring a network operator. They can reach out and say, do you have a partnership to finish the last mile X company or whatever? And we can manage them.
And is there, and the stats, if there's nobody, it'd be nice to see somebody hooked up, utilizing some of the infrastructure already before continuing to move forward with, like there's significant amount of money, but I'd like to just, it'd be nice to have some, some information to see how successful this is and the uptake and have some data to look at, like, hey, there's, uptake of this many people before going further. That's my thoughts.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. And to that, maybe I can respond by saying that those are our next steps. So in 2022, we will have completed all the construction to get the signal out to Nordegg, to the point of presence there. We've been approached by one telecommunications provider already who has expressed interest in expanding from that point of presence and delivering service to the residents. We're open to other telecommunications providers approaching us as well through our expression of interest process. And again, getting back to the open access policy, we're not picking one winner, we're making this open. So then, again, our next step is hire the network operator, have the network operator negotiate with those telecommunications providers. And I would foresee that there's gonna be one or more contracts in place going forward, and then that's when folks will actually start to receive the service. So I think there's every possibility we'll see that occur in 2023. If all the pieces come together and those contracts are negotiated. Failing contracts with telecommunications providers, we would look to our network operator to say, okay, nobody's come forward and negotiated an acceptable contract with us. We need to find another way to get those services out, and then it could be the network operator that provides that service to the residents. But ideally, we open it up to any telecommunications provider.
Thanks.
I guess, oh, sorry, Councillor Melhoff, please.
Oh, I honestly didn't hit my button this time.
Really? Okay. I'm just marking the time and the date.
I honestly didn't hit my button that time.
A question I would have, and we're well into this project,
Yes.
and we have experience with putting these fibers, doing the transport layer. Have we found some ways to economize in those things? I know you've got the projections that we have an increase. I understand those increases are really kind of worldwide with supply chain issues and everything else that's happened with inflationary rates. Have there been some realizations of economy or efficiency within this
the
distribution? And I would assume you're incorporating that in those estimates of the budget as well?
Absolutely. We found that, for an example, that we can place, our vaults that we purchased, or manholes, further apart. We found other little, nuances where we can, better sourcing of some equipment that, because we're a player now and we're known, that we've, invested a significant amount of money. So we've gotten a little better favorable pricing in some places and stuff like that. That's really been the sort of the learning tools that we've had. And working with the design and the engineering teams where we can save money. That's pretty much my comment is, it costs this much, I don't want to pay that much, I want to pay less. Being a cheap Scottish guy, I don't like spending as much. So that's one of my things, is to try and get it more value for our dollar, and then not necessarily spending less in some cases, but getting value for our dollar. Meaning, if we put a manhole or a vault in, we've bought vaults that are sort of, can do other things. Like our vault is not just a plain cap. We can actually take that off and put a pedestal on it if we need, and placing it in front of businesses as we go by, taking a look at the road and placing things. So those kind of things, sort of trying to future-proof it. It's not perfect, nobody's perfect, but those kind of things, and that's where we've seen sort of the value for the dollar come through. And that's definitely been a long-going learning lesson, that's for sure.
And I can appreciate that the considerations for the transport layer are probably going to be very much different than those considerations when we get out into more of a distribution network.
Yes,
I can certainly share, I've been approached many times by people interested in picking up bits and pieces of that.
Yes.
That work, as well as, we have a lot of industry specialists here that have equipment and skills that would very much like to be part of our overall project. I think it can create one level of economic development in the construction phase. And I think they're very interested in knowing what the expectations of council and as well as administration as we develop that distribution network, whether it's through ISPs or through further involvement as a community build. I think there's great interest out there. I'd just like to share that as well. And they would be very interested in knowing what the expectations or what your experience has been in like cost per meter and those kinds of things. This is just to know if they have a competitive advantage in what they think they can do for the community as they move forward. Councillor Cermak.
Back to what Deputy Root was talking. about in Nordig. Are we actively selling ourselves to the ISPs that we're ready to light up that area out there so that they can go ahead after we get this generator in January?
Yeah.
That they could be ready to go February 1 to light up those
Yeah.
people out there. So we're actively trying to sell and approaching all the ISPs that are available in this area to do that.
That's where our expression of interest went out, and we've been actively, over the last year, engaging or looking for partnerships, looking for people, and that's where they've come in. That's sort of our funnel into Clearwater County, is through the expressions of interest. So we do have ongoing discussions with numerous people, and I think I've brought it to this committee in closed session who we're dealing with and that stuff. So we are actively looking for it, and that's for sure. There's no question about it.
And what is the response to what you're doing?
It's been very favorable. And we've been going forward with the expressions of interest. We may plan on doing, there's different ways of attacking. We may put out an RFP, we may not. Some people, committee here has passed our budget or our numbers, our price list, which we can put out. And that's a big thing. That's what they've been asking for since we started this, was putting out the price list. And that was a big deal for us to put out. So now they can come to the table, they can create their own budgets because they know what they've got to play with. So that's the ongoing thing now. And so now we've got to start attracting them. And that's why we're looking at working with some consultants, an engineering firm and other consultants to attract more companies that we don't even know about, or we don't have the skill level to find that. So through economic development, through Jerry, we've had other discussions too. But we do want to attract them, yes, absolutely.
So when we go ahead with these contracts, we make sure that we're protected and we have our contracts
Yes, we have
suited for us.
Yes, we have a hefty lawyer bill.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Melhoff and then Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. To kind of piggyback on what Deputy Northcott was saying, I agree to the point that if we're using the highway analogy, you don't twin a highway until you notice or until you prove its usage. And we essentially twinned a highway from Caroline to Olds. When you have so many other connections, you don't build a highway beside an already active highway. You connect with existing infrastructure, right? There's all these other networks that are here in Rocky Mountain House that we could have connected to, and then determined whether this was a successful model, determined whether we had users, and then twin said highway to the gateway. I have a really hard time with this level of money with one person connected, because we have the historic site connected, correct? So I'm having a very hard time when we don't have anybody, that we haven't proven the system. We have no idea if the system even functions other than one. So I'm having a hard time with it.
Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Okay, it's just for the generator. Really, is the generator is the holdup to be able to?
No, the generator is just going off the other. What we can look at, what we are looking at doing is putting in a temporary generator until that one shows up.
Okay.
That's
the question.
We're not going to hold it up for a generator.
Okay,
No,
perfect. No,
absolutely
that was my
not.
question. I was going to ask about a temporary rental or something like that.
Exactly.
I just might make a comment, and using the road analogy, I think the technology is there. I think the technology is sound. The implementation of that technology is, we know that fiber optics work. I don't think that's in question. And building a highway. In order to have control of what happens on that highway, you have to actually control where the in lane is and the out lane. So in this case, by having that community ownership of that, having that connection to the source where we all can have an equal footing as far as a business plan of knowing what can come into that. We have full control of the information being put into our highway. We're able to not be at the whim of another organization or another business that wants to maintain a monopoly on that product or that. And this is where I probably would look to administration to really give a better understanding. But when you have to go through another party in order to purchase your raw materials, they really control the end pricing because they control the start pricing. And in this case, creating that highway to the source gives the ability for you to source that material at a competitive rate, which really brings that functionality to your community in the end. We're not having to go through another party that wants to maintain a monopoly on the value of that product going into the system, so we have full ability to access wholesale value of that media that goes into the system, and that's within our control. So we're able to provide fair and equal open access to the market. And I'll go to Mr. Hagan. I'm just rambling, so
Thank you,
Join the
Reeve.
crowd.
I appreciate Councillor Melhoff's observations and suggestions and comments. That's why we bring these issues to this committee and ultimately to council for budget approval. We certainly encourage you to have these discussions. These are important discussions so that you establish a comfort level moving forward with this. Just give you the other side of the equation. Certainly, this committee could decide, let's hold off, focus on what we've installed already, gauge the results of that before we go any further. Absolutely, that's an option. I will share with you that at least one telecommunications provider has told us that they're interested in providing services near phases 3, 4, and 5, and they wish we'd get them all done so that they could start establishing contracts and getting services going there too. So I want you to be aware that we've had that interest already, that they want us to get there sooner rather than later. And back to Councillor Cermak's comments, they are coming forward. We're putting the word out. They're coming to us. Those conversations are happening today, so just be aware.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. That's great. That's awesome. Then perhaps they need to sit down and potentially look at partnering with us so that we actually can justify doing it. Because if we're not lighting up customers, I don't want to build this anymore. I want people to actually have the internet, not a system that isn't getting used. And that it bugs me that one person is lit up. Sorry. I would love to sit down with these people and say, hey, you want to light up these people? Awesome. Let's work together and we'll make it happen. But without having that concrete hold on, and I'm pro-internet. I love the internet, but it's a challenge.
Councillor Swanson, please.
So I'm gonna bring it back to the highway. How these other people, we don't just have smart cars on our highways. We have trucks, we have other cars, we have, freight liners, we have everything else. So we can't determine who and what are going to be using that highway. So by allowing, if we don't build the highway, we'll never know who's going to use it. And to say that a company says that they're knocking on our door, or there is an expression of interest that they do want to use our highway, that's great. But at the same token, they want that reliable, that assurance that we're going to do it. They're not going to commit until we commit. And so it's kind of, in a way, building a house and you want to move into the house and it's not quite done yet. So we have to get get the house done so that everybody can move in at the same time. Sorry to use analogies, but it's such a complicated subject in some ways to relate, because this is something we can't physically see a lot of. The use is not something we can physically see, versus you can see a highway. I can't see my emails going back. I can't see the letters that go back and forth. I know they're going back and forth on my device, but I can't physically see that versus the mail or whatever else. So in regards to, and you tried to explain that very well as far as the other transport going into Olds, the way I looked at it was, we have ISPs, local ISPs, that were getting gouged by the monopoly. And in order for them to sustain their business, they wanted to hook into our net, because our core backbone, so that we could pass on those savings. We could enable that business to continue. If we didn't do that or approve that, let's face it, we know that our connections are the highest in the world, right across Canada, not just here. So to me, this was, for all the goals that we set between a private company and a municipal-owned company, we're still doing this for our residents. If we break even, that is the best hope. That is a really good goal, in my opinion, because it is our residents that will win. It's not necessarily something that the county isn't out to make money. We're not a private company. Do we want to make a little bit to enable future maintenance? Absolutely. Cost recovery, I guess, is the end goal, but it does not necessarily have to be a moneymaker. So sorry to muddy the waters, but this is an ongoing. To me, I'm still behind doing the core backbone plan for the next couple of years, the next 3 years. I think it's important. I think that we need to finish the house. We need to finish the highway so we can get people going.
Well, I'm looking that there is a lot of people waiting in the wings with comments and questions, and I've been pushing you really hard to come to a conclusion. So we're going to take a break here for 15, and then we'll come back and continue the discussion. So if that's agreeable, we'll take 15 minutes of break. Great. Back Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We're continuing on with the item 4.3. And I know there was a number of lights lit up before we went into our recess, but I would welcome comments. I'm going to go with Deputy Reeve Northcott and then to Division 1 and then back to Division 6.
Thank you, Reeve. I know sometimes it seems like there's an immediate need for better internet infrastructure and stuff like that, but my question will be, how long has the infrastructure been to Nordegg? When was that completed and ready to be, like how long has that infrastructure been in place? What date did that?
Well,
was
the infrastructure is
completion
still
date?
being placed in. We still have Quarry Road to finish. And we have finished the tower and it's for the infrastructure there. So it's still sort of ongoing and we're hoping to get it done by the end of this month.
Okay, so right now, currently, the infrastructure is not complete and you couldn't, even if you wanted to, you couldn't.
Well,
light anybody up?
we could, we're not there yet. We have actually right out here, there's a manhole the fiber splicing's being hooked in
Okay.
right now. And so by the end of this week, actually, I'm hoping that fiber's done. Then we've got to transfer some equipment that's here temporarily in this, for testing in this facility, in our server room, over to the new network operations center. So we've got those things to do too. So hopefully by the end of middle October or so like that.
Okay, so currently, right now, the the infrastructure that's been installed is still, it's not complete.
Yeah. It's very close to being complete though, so it's little nuts and bolts and screws and stuff like that. If you want to put it down as a,
So would I be correct in assuming then we're a certain percentage complete, but that pipeline has not been fully connected and tested and
yeah, it's been tested and it's been vetted. What part of our contract was for the companies to do testing end to end and make sure everything's working to our POP. But we have certain connections we have to make, certain pieces of fiber have to meet with certain fibers so that we bypass, farrier and we can do that. So it's quite a long list of little fiber splicing that we have to do. But we should be done that this week, hopefully. Like I think they're out there right now actually doing it. So that would be good so that then we can we should be able to shortly light it up and go into sort of the test phase, if you want to call it that. So.
But I guess just to kind of have some of the questions I've kind of heard here is that as of yesterday, there's not a fully lit functional system here at all that people could connect up if there was, we're just not quite there yet.
No, we're not there yet, no. We still have more construction to do,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Is it okay if I
Go
just-
ahead,
one-
please, yeah.
So if it was to be completed mid-October,
Yeah.
roughly, is there an ISP that's sort of sitting there waiting to sign on the dotted line to show that commitment to be able to?
Again, that sort of brings it back into the expression of interests, and we could, I don't know if, we do have interest, I don't know how detailed I can speak to that right at this moment.
Thank you.
I would assume that once an ISP had that confirmation that there was a lit and available system here, they would need some lead up time to actually complete their work to their comfort or to match their business plan
And
as well.
that's something we would bring back to committee and give everybody a timeline and how that process goes for that sort of step of the projects. So we'd keep you up to date and informed as much as we can, that's for sure.
And Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Did the grant give a date that we had to have everything complete? And if so, are we in risk of losing the grant that we got for that build?
Actually, we've been paid some of the money, which is nice. The grant is October 15th. November 15th. And we've asked for an extension on that just for over the winter because there was some times that we couldn't get out to Nordegg with that little fire out there that sort of threw us off. We actually had scheduled for those 2 weeks, quite a lot of work and we had to move back. And then the company that was there had to reschedule, and it was, another 4 weeks before they got there. So little things like that have pushed us back, and they have been really good, the federal government at moving targets, because they know supply chains and everything like that. So we're probably gonna ask for March 31st, which is the federal government's sort of end of their fiscal year, so that it's easier for them to say yes to. I think that's a convenience. And most of the stuff that we'll be doing would be minor stuff. We still are going for that target, though, for lighting it up and testing it.
Yes, follow-up?
Yes, please.
So that would be.
Don't take the foot off the
To be, so would that be for it to be tested, or would that be to have end users connected?
To have somebody, it's tested, and then what we would have to do is prove that we are getting, or we're out there trying to put end users on. They don't expect everybody to sign up that day, sort
No.
of thing. So that's sort of part of our last, I don't know what they call them. It's a tranche, the last payment. It's part of our last final payment that we make sure that we've, done everything we've said we've done.
Thank you.
If I'm using the termination right.
Councillor Cermak.
Hey, you've been talking about that we're not quite there
Yep.
and everything. What are the stumbling blocks to keep us from getting right there? And when do you expect, or can you give us a timeline of when we can see a light up here so that the county can start using the internet that we're providing?
Well, once we've got some partners and stuff in place, that's when we would be starting to use it. So we have to go through that expression of interest. So that's that discussion. The other timeline is we're very close. Again, we're doing the fiber. We do have to finish up in Olds. We have about 4 kilometers to finish to our Zayo connection. They're a public company, and they're an open access company, so I'm allowed to speak to them. They're very open. I forget what the terminology is, but it's not open access. It's anyways. Agnostic company, thanks. Meaning that their price lists are publicly known. So they don't have commitment to any other business. So so that's where we're connecting up to. And so we've got another 4 kilometers to do that so that we can get down to the data hive in Calgary. And we're hoping that for phase 2 gets done in, at least by the end of November, if not sooner. And then really the other stuff in Nordegg. So I'm hoping in early spring we've got some stuff settled and ready to turn things on, especially with the expressions of interest. Once we sort of pick somebody, there's going to be contract negotiations and lawyers and all that kind of stuff, and that puts a grinding halt to a lot of things, or slows things down tremendously. So. And us not have done this before, we're going to be into new territory with the contracts and stuff. So to give an estimate of how long a contract takes, it could be a month, it could be 30 days, it could be 6 months. I don't know. I hope it's not that. I don't think it would be. So I'm hoping early spring we've got, everything together to offer stuff, if not sooner. Depends how the cards fall.
So what held up the last 4 miles, the hookup in Olds?
Well, we had some, going through Olds, we had to get permissions to go over, there's railroad tracks, CN. We had to get permission to go under them. That took forever because CP changed their software in the middle of it, and we had to reissue everything that we'd already done. So that really put us behind, and that was totally unexpected. Stuff like that has happened.
And you pay rent to go underneath them?
We don't pay rent to go underneath them, but you do pay rent if you go along the tracks, or not horizontally, that's not right. Right beside the track you do pay. So we've tried to stay outside of that alley as much as we can, but there is some rental fees to those being on the tracks. And then Olds Town itself, because they were going through some trials and tribulations, sort of held us up too. They went through, they had their engineer that looked at it, then he left. And then they had another engineer, he left. And now we've got the other engineer. So all those sort of things just didn't, line up for us. So that's why it took a little longer.
So the best expectation is probably spring.
I'm hoping spring, yeah, best expectation. And if ever, if all, as I say, if all the cards fall right, it might be sooner. But I'll keep this committee updated as much as I can. And that's part of probably our next presentation, a little bit of stuff like that.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I can certainly appreciate in creating a linear utility that there's going to be those occasional points along that line that create some challenges. I can appreciate that, and I can also appreciate that I guess maybe I can't. I just can't imagine legal ever creating a slowdown in a process. I just can't imagine that ever happening. So, I think Councillor Melhoff, your light was on. I know there was another light, but I missed it.
Thank you, Reeve. I thought that we were going to the gateway specifically so we weren't beholden to any company at all, and now we have Zayo.
Well, Zayo is an agnostic company.
Well, it's still a company.
Yeah, well, if we go all the way to, we're trying to find a mid-ground where we can go and it's feasible, and Zayo being open is where we went. We have other options. We could go with other companies there too. In Olds, there's quite a lot of hub of activity there because of ONET being there. But if we went all the way down to Calgary, of course, it'd be an excess, very costly to go from Olds to Calgary to finish up to be totally.
Didn't you just say we are going to Calgary?
We are going to Calgary, but through Zayo's connection
Okay.
in Olds. So we're gonna rent or lease or whatever you wanna call their connection. And then we'll be putting our equipment, it's just one switch, this big, down in a rack, down at Data Hive. And that's where we get choice of any provider that we want. So that's typically is when you go out. So what they're just doing is basically what we're gonna be, same thing as we're gonna be leasing. Zayo is just gonna be a dark piece of fiber that we're leasing that section for, a monthly fee, and we have full control over it as long as, and they're significantly cheaper than SuperNet or anybody else. So down at Data Hive itself, we'll have a box that translates from the internet to our network and brings it all up here.
Can I just follow up to that?
Please.
Sure.
So Zayo, significantly cheaper than if we'd gone with somebody that potentially wouldn't need us to go all the way to Olds for.
Potentially, and a lot of other places weren't all the way down to Data Hive. They wouldn't give us access that way. They want to supply us the gateway service. They don't want us down at Data Hive, picking and choosing who we pay for, like who our partners are.
Okay, I just take it back to a used car. A new car may be more efficient or cheaper to run, i.e. going to Zayo is
Yeah.
cheaper to run, but my old car, I can put a lot of gas in it for the cost of that new car. That's where my correlation of why go out to Olds would go. If it's gonna cost us, if it did cost us multi-million dollars to connect with somebody for maybe 2 or 3 cents per gigabyte cheaper, then we could have done it right here.
I don't.
Or is that not an analogy?
Is
Yeah.
there any way you could maybe kind of brief council on the concept of redundancy within this
Yeah.
system as well? And
Yeah.
really that overall experience that we hope end users will have, where they have a system that seamlessly or through management, that your service won't be interrupted because there's a difficulty with
A cut.
the link from here to Olds. There is a redundant connection that can bypass or feed either direction so that your customers are never without, and maybe
Yeah.
you would speak much.
Yeah.
So where's our
Better to-
redundancy then?
Well, our redundancy coming up from Olds, and then we have a redundancy connection again with Zayo just out here outside. It's very close to here. through from Red Deer across. It's actually not finished yet. They're still gotta go under the highway to finish it, but there was the old line here put in a long time ago, nobody used it. It's never turned on, never used. It's called the Monarch line. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it. But basically Zayo owns that infrastructure. So we're doing that as a redundant loop. So what you want to do when you design a fiber network is have redundancy in it. So that if there's a cut somewhere else, it fails over and goes to another IE provider or another way of the fiber. Because you can go either directions. It's not just a one-way loop for fiber for the light to go. It can travel both ways. So if that cut's there, it fails over and you have redundancy so that your customers, your end customers, us being the telecommunications providers and the telecommunications providers being their end users, businesses, etc., don't go down. And you can use this as an example in Rocky where if the fiber cuts on SuperNet, for example, and it's all the same one, TELUS Shaw, it's down. And we don't have the hospital, we don't have the, what this helps us do in this area as we're putting a redundant line in to there. And that was a big, it's been a big issue for years, and it was one of the things that previous council really sort of pushed on was redundancy, and that's one of the things this whole picture does.
I thought we were going to Olds because we didn't have access to a system here, so we do have
No,
access to a system here.
But we don't necessarily have an access to a good system that's gonna give us redundancy
Thank you.
and very costly. Sorry.
Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have lots of words in my head, so I don't really know what's gonna come out.
I never do either.
I don't really have any questions. Well, I guess these are questions, but we have a meeting in October and November for broadband, right? We're planning on it?
Well, hopefully.
Yeah, okay, so we still have 2 months to learn more things before we make these budget decisions. Because we're just accepting this for information today.
Yes.
Okay, that's good, because I understand what you guys are teaching us, I just feel that I need more, which you guys are obviously are doing and working on doing, so I guess I'm comfortable making the motion right now that the Broadband Committee receives the Core Backbone Project 10-year capital plan and proposed 2023 capital budget for information as presented.
Thank you for that. Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I can appreciate that some of you new councillors are still wrestling with this idea of connecting down through to the data hive in Calgary. Redundancy is a very important thing. If we don't have it, we can be down, and Cam is correct. Previous council was very concerned with finding a solution for that, and that was one of our objectives through this project, which we are achieving. But in addition to that, there's the risk of going with the existing providers locally in that their service provision could change and we have no control over that, and we're locked into it if we don't have that connection outside. Their prices could jump dramatically. We have no control over that. And again, we're locked into it. Through this connection, not only do we get that redundancy and that security and risk management there, but we've opened up a new world of providers. And if I'm mistaken in my understanding, please correct me, Cam, but I see the Zayo connection almost like going to a broker for insurance or something like that. They're not locked into any one company. They're not necessarily the only provider. They enable us to shop the market now. And if we're with a gateway provider and we've got that signal coming through and we're happy, we're saving money for the telecommunication companies that we're hoping will come and partner with us, excellent. If something happens and either the service decreases or the price goes up, we can move. We can go through that connection that we've got now, and we have a free market that we can access and preserve those cost savings going forward. Does that kind of help? Because it's really like looking at a local supplier and that's all you've got, whereas you jump in your car, you go to a bigger city, you've got several vendors you can choose from now.
Mr. McDonald?
Also to add to that is that it enables our local ISPs to actually have a presence down in Data Hub themselves. So they can source their own gateway. They don't just have to purchase what we purchase, they can purchase what they want. So they can make their own deals and be their own providers all the way up. They can have the gateway, they can get a gateway from us, they can get a gateway in Nordegg, they can get a gateway in Farrier, or they can get a gateway and spend their time and effort to do that down right at Data Hive. So that opens it up, their possibilities too, of giving them more of the possibility of having more business along that route too. They just don't have to be a carrier in Nordegg. They could be a carrier in Sundre, not that it's, and use us as the fiber link, but they could still use their presence in Data Hive down in Calgary to save themselves money too. So it just opens up more options, many more options that typically a big provider wouldn't give you any options. You have one option, you pay this price, and that's it, out the door. So it just enables our ISPs or telecommunications providers many options and many routes to get from A to B. If that sort of helps a little bit too.
All great, and I think that having that redundancy is fabulous. It sounds like you guys have really been forward thinking with all of this. But if we had a local connection with the Zayo, that's who you are going with down in Olds anyway, it would, in my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, be easier to connect to it and then get people lit up while we're building that redundancy, rather than waiting for the redundancy to be built and still not having anybody lit up.
Yeah.
It seems like that could have happened simultaneously and not waited for 100 kilometers of line to go in the ground. I know it's not 100, but of line to go in the ground, when we could have had 4 kilometers of line in the ground and a whole bunch of people lit up on Zayo, which is the one you're wanting anyway, if it was right here. It just, great forward thinking, redundancy seems to make sense. Going down to Calgary, the way you're explaining it makes sense, but it goes back to my twinning a highway. You don't twin the highway till you prove it's gonna have the users on it. And to me, it feels like we have built the highway bigger without anybody driving on it. Anyway, it's already done, it's already built, but thank you for the clarification on why it was built. I appreciate it.
Maybe using a poor analogy, we could put somebody in a car that we're just building, but I think they would have a different experience that if we only made that car go and we didn't have brakes in the car. Their overall experience of having the full benefit of all systems working appropriately and robustly. Don't want to put people in an unsafe situation, or we don't want to have people have a really poor initial experience with jumping ahead of a fully tested and prepared and connected system, as opposed to one that's kind of half finished or 85 or 95% finished. We want to make sure, I think that system is developed and proven to its engineered or designed thing before you start to connect people to it that share the experience that they're getting from that service. Councillor Swanson, please.
Yeah, I'm looking back on some of my notes from the Rural Connectivity Coalition that we went to in Sylvan Lake back in May, and just kind of remembering some of the points in regards to when you're talking about lawyers, we want to ensure that we have a proper sunset clause and things like that within those contracts, and also understanding that municipalities as a whole in Alberta there's more and more municipalities getting into building this infrastructure that the lawyers have had no experience either. So they're kind of like the blind lead. I shouldn't say that, but it is new territory, I'll just say, as far as that. So as much as I appreciate the let's hurry up and get people connected, there is a very high risk, like Reeve Lougheed is associated with this too, is that if we jump too fast, we could be, the risks are too high for either a poor performance poor, we don't meet the expectation of the people who are connecting. And I guess I look at this as much as I want, industry's paying for this, because 90% of our tax revenue is coming from industry. So industry is what's paying for this. This isn't the ratepayer. The ratepayer in and of itself is going to be the primary user, but industry is paying for this. And so at the end of the day, we want to ensure that that core backbone will allow even industry to be that primary user. And really and truthfully, I think the business case for this is for industry more so than for the resident. We've talked about a utility model, that's yet to come. And by going to that Zayo connection that's very close, that defeats the purpose, in my opinion, for allowing a very robust system to develop. So I will say that the past decisions of the past council, we struggled. The past council struggled even for that vision to connect locally or get straight to Data Hive, and we realized the benefits of that. So appreciate the comments that are here, and I know that going forward, we've got a couple months yet to more deep dive and more learnings that are coming, so inch by inch.
And I might just add to, I think, maybe share some of previous council's discussions. Much as we are or have been pioneers in developing this utility infrastructure for community-owned utility infrastructure, not a very big recipe book to follow. So we've been faced with a number of options and challenges along the way, and I think it's usually deferred to those things that lead to assured success. That doesn't mean that you wouldn't change things after in hindsight, but there's been a cautious approach to this because the eyes of other communities that are contemplating going the same pathway will learn from what we do here and have done here, as we have learned from other communities that are a few steps ahead of us. So I think it's been a process in that we've had a lot of optimism at what this can do for our community, but we're cautiously moving forward within our means and trying to avail ourselves of all supports from other levels of government. And that's been kind of the approach up to this time. There were certainly elements before that wanted this process to go very much faster, and there were also elements that thought the process should maybe go a different direction. So finding that balance is something I certainly welcome within this council and certainly within this community as we move forward. We want to have the most positive experience. I believe we want to remove those disadvantages we have. We have a tremendous community. We have great opportunities here. I think we're challenged with being good stewards of those opportunities and removing the things that we find as disadvantages to our community and using our advantages to help move those solutions forward. So that's kind of what I heard over the last number of years of being around the discussion table of next steps. So. And I certainly enjoy hearing other people's impressions of where we're at and where we should be, and that's great. Sorry, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. I certainly understand Councillor Milhoff's concern with the distance and going to Calgary, but I do remember too at the Alberta Rural Broadband Coalition conference, seminar, I don't know what you would call it, the redundancy was brought up so many times and the importance of it, and my head was kind of in the same place as Reeve Wahid's, that you don't want to sign a bunch of people on and then it crashes and then you can't get anyone to join the network, and then it truly is a waste putting it in the ground. I do have a question in regards to was it Zayo? Yeah. To Zayo. In my head, from Olds to Calgary, so it's kind of like our conduit that there's the four areas. Yeah. So we just have an area with Zayo to go from Olds to Calgary. We're not using their internet, but we just have an area in their conduit kind of a thing.
Well, we actually have an area on their fiber.
Okay.
So we don't even have we have a couple of fibers that we'll use,
Okay.
and we'll actually use light waves at that point. It's one of the cheaper ways of doing it.
Okay.
So we'll use, I don't want to get into it right now, but DWDM, which is just, over one piece of fiber, you can put many different networks. So that's what we'll be doing with them. It's just a cheaper method of doing it, in the long run for now.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw my 2 bits worth into here. I think there's a couple of us that are probably on the outs here with this committee. But I will not vote for advancing any more money until we know that this system is working and it's working right. That's my opinion.
Okay, so the motion before us, actually, so we just remind everybody, this is receiving this for information at present, so I do appreciate the comments. But again, we have a motion before us to receive for information, so any further discussion or questions relating to that? And then if I see none, I will call the question then. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And I think that brings us to item 5.1. And again, I probably am looking across the room, no matter what, but I'll go to Mr. McDonald.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, Reeve. So this is the broadband update that we've been asked to bring to this committee, and then I believe that we bring it to the next council also. So we'll be doing that. So a quick little update. Construction, the main point of presence building, the generator installation is still work remaining. Ventilation systems, power systems, installation and equipment installation is ongoing. We're hoping to have that done by, very soon, end of September. The generator installation is on hold until 2023, but we are looking at other ways of having backup generator. You can't really sell broadband if you don't, you can't, if it breaks or the power goes out. And Rocky, the power doesn't go out too often, but when it does, it's usually for a long time. So we do need a generator, and it would be part of a service level agreement in place with the end users or the end telecommunications providers. Construction is ongoing for the fiber down in Olds. We've got about estimate 4 kilometers, I don't have the exact number, to go down to our point of presence in Olds. We have a cabinet, and there's a picture of the cabinet that we bought and paid for and installed, and it's just waiting for us to put the fiber in. If you can see, if I can squint enough, sorry about the picture quality, there's a green little manhole there. That's the connection for the other company's AO. This is right there, so. There's a, okay.
Mr. McDonald, while we're on this, I have one question, if I could. I would assume that the actual electronics in this is through an uninterrupted power supply?
Yes.
And the generator would be to maintain that uninterrupted power supply in event of an extended power outage? Is that correct?
Absolutely. So the generator would actually power the uninterrupted, the battery backups, for example, would power them and keep them charged while the power was out. So that's really what the generator is doing. It's keeping those batteries level, because with electronic equipment, sensitivity is a big thing. So you don't want power blips and brownouts like you typically, if in your house, if the power goes out, you'll have a brownout. Sometimes you only lose a little power. You don't want that on your very expensive equipment. So you want consistency, and that's what a battery backup does. It gives you that consistency, and then it gives you that time when the power goes out to switch over to the generator, and the generator keeps those charged. So if that sort of gives a bit better description.
And to the end user then, their internet service would never be interrupted by fluctuations in the grid unless it was within their own home?
Well,
or what?
if they, for example, if they had battery backup in their home or a generator at their house, for example, because it's light and it does travel through our systems, as long as everything's backed up, they wouldn't go down. But if at their end, they don't have a little battery backup on their router, it would, obviously, the power would go out and then turn off. But, so, as you go, battery backup's a big thing for keeping equipment, one, working properly, and the life expectancy of the equipment. It adds quite a tremendous amount of time. Brownout can be detrimental to servers and hardware, very detrimental.
Thank you. I just kind of wanted to emphasize the reason we would want to wait for a generator to be in place, even though it is a backup to a backup in many ways. It provides that security, that integrity within the system, that it's
Robustness.
that it's very robust and is not going to go down.
Yeah. And to add to that a little bit, we are looking at, in the interim, filling it in with a rental unit or something that we would do so that we can keep going forward and not just sort of wait for one part for months and months, because that'd be crazy. So the phase 2A, which is for Rocky to sort of Sundre area, work remaining is Fortis main power feed for our Caroline POP, Caroline power systems install, Caroline generator connection. Again, there's generator there for battery backup for the same reasons. Fiber testing is in process, and final deficiency inspection is planned for the fourth quarter. That means we go to sort of each manhole, we check all the fiber with the proper equipment and certify it before we, pay our contractor the last bit of holdback money. So all those things have to happen. Make sure that, the grounds are nicely done, the ditches are sloped properly, there's grass seed around stuff and clean up. And you can probably see them cleaning it up now, because it was a bit of a mess in the spring, to say the least. So there's that going on. Sundre to Olds, our cabinets in, and again, we're waiting for Fortis for a power connection, as typical. Construction through Olds to begin fourth quarter. We're hoping it begins October 1st, if everything goes right. The weather doesn't kill us or anything. Fiber testing is in process for the parts that have been done, not the last 4 kilometers, but that we want to test it, sort of get a jump start on testing it so that we can test that 4 kilometers very quickly at the end and not hold up production. Final deficiency inspection, again, planned for fourth quarter. Soon as the point of presence is put in Olds, that's when we'll start that process. Sorry. Phase 6, Farrier to Nordegg, work remaining. It seems I say generator a lot. I really don't want to, but generator to be commissioned week of the 12th of October. Equipment to be installed and tested. Quarry Road fiber connections, they're in process. We waited a little bit because we're doing work on Quarry Road, and so we figured we'd do the work at the same time and save a little bit of money on the installation of the conduit and fiber down those and the vaults that we'll be putting in. We'll be putting fiber into enabling the wastewater treatment plant there and our community center, which is the fire there, and we'll be putting fiber in there. We can use that to connect just ourselves to it, which will be really nice, because up there it's pretty sporadic. Phase 1 Farrier Tower, the tower structure installation is including mounting of radio and antenna components are complete. Equipment to be commissioned and tested. Site gravelled in preparation for permanent fencing in fourth quarter. So we're very close to being able to light that up. So I just don't want to jump too far ahead of it. Phase 6 Nordegg Tower structure installation including, what is this? Oh, that's Farrier Tower, sorry. I jumped ahead. But basically the same thing. We're waiting on Site to be gravelled and permanent fence put in there. A security fence is what we're putting up in there. Sorry, I jumped from one to the other. Basically both the same. We're very close on that one also. General, business plan, the draft financial business plan was approved by the Broadband Committee August 12th and then approved again at the agenda here, which has given us a great way to start really communicating through our expressions of interest. They can build a business plan and move forward with us. And then the RFP, request for proposal for a network operator. We have picked one and we're in negotiations with them. And our submissions are sort of currently under review with them, but we've picked one. I think I've just got to wait a little longer to say who. I don't know if I'm allowed to, no. Okay, I'll just shut up. And
We'll draw it out of you somehow.
somebody shut them up. Expression of interest. On September 8th, the invitation for expression of interest, broadband partnerships, development opportunities was posted, and it's closed. It's now closed, and are doing our second iteration of that. So those submissions are under review again, and after we've sort of reviewed them, we're probably going to put the expression of interest out again, because we sort of want to always leave an open door for us to talk, whether they do it today, tomorrow, or whatever. As long as we sort of keep that out there, that's my intention anyways. There's always an open door into the county. If somebody phones up and says, oh, we'd like to work with you, I can say, well, apply through the expression of interest, and we can go through there and we can continue talking, so that there's not so many, rabbit holes to go down, and it makes it confusing if everybody's knocking at the same door at the same time. So I don't know when I'm gonna put the next one out. I think I'd like to get a little more traction under it. On this, I would probably say January. Yeah, I would probably put it out. Putting it out during December is pointless. Everybody's gone, it seems. And I think that is it for this one.
And so I shall go to Division 1 for a question.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious, the EOI here is for the ISPs. Just confirming that that's what that is for.
Yeah, it's for ISPs, telecommunications providers, or anybody that wants to partner with us in any way in the broadband area. So if they want to partner with us, say, they want to partner on a build with us, for example, that's a way that they can express what they want to do. Some people want to partner with us, they want to do the construction. Some people want to just be an ISP, and they want to partner with us wirelessly or something like that. So it's an avenue in, and we're sort of saying this is an open door. Bring us your ideas too, because we don't have all the ideas. There's other people that other businesses will have better ideas.
Okay, thank you.
It open as much as we can.
So would I be correct to assume there would be a pathway for other telecommunications companies to approach Clearwater County if they wanted to hop on board of our utility network and improve, say, for instance, cellular service or something?
Yes.
On any of those pathways we've already created?
Absolutely, and that's the whole point of the expression of interest, is to drag anybody in. So, example, if you are out talking to somebody that's with a telecommunications provider and they don't know that we have that out there, please tell them this is the avenue in. It's our one door in. It's easy to manage for us, and not having different sort of ideas and different discussions. It sort of funnels them all in and focuses us too on the different ideas. And I think I did bring it to committee to sort of, we brought that little chart and explained it.
And that could even include large satellite communication providers that
Absolutely.
need to have a number of earth stations in order to fully complement their plans for providing internet service through satellite and
Yes.
those kinds of things as well.
Absolutely.
Councillor Cermak.
I think that is fantastic. You have opened it to everybody. And that even includes if they wanted to get in on the build of the extensions of the
Absolutely.
backbones, everything.
Yep.
Fantastic. I did not realize that you went out that far.
Yep.
I think it's fantastic that you're selling yourself like that.
Thank you.
That throws a whole totally different light on the subject.
Thank you.
Thank you for that information.
Additional questions, comments? Great time to learn more about what's out there. I hope council is, and the public are learning more about the overall project here. Thank you very much for that update. I'd be looking for a motion to accept it for information. Sorry, Councillor Swanson? Okay, any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. I think at this time we move forward through the agenda. The next item is in closed session. So I would be looking for a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Melhoff, thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor of moving into closed session? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're coming out of our closed session. I believe there may be a motion brought forward. Would anybody be willing to make that motion? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Awesome. Thank you, Reeve. The committee tasks administration to go back to ISED and get more information.
Okay. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. I think that brings us to the end of our agenda for today. Thank you very much for being with us today. I think there's been a good discussion at all levels here for sure. Looking for a motion for adjournment. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? That's carried. Have a great week, everybody.